Good afternoon, everyone. Here we are for the final session, session 4 of our Victorian Country Championships. As you can see, UNCLOUD are one of our sponsors. It's the promotion of education about what harms vaping do. Big Health sponsors that. And our other sponsor, one of our major sponsors, is Mattioli. They are our aquatic facility and maintenance partners with over 50 years experience. Kicking off this afternoon, we have the mixed 200 freestyle relay, able-bodied and para. We have one heat of 3 teams, and heat 2 will have the full capacity of 8 teams in it. Our team's ready and raring to go for this event 70. It's also all about the points. These relay teams, A and B relays for clubs, getting those points for the overall Victorian Country Championship Club. Winners of the trophy that will be awarded later on this afternoon, as well as female and male team champions. So we have Traralgon B team, they're in lane, it looks like lane 4, lane 5, just looking to get that block sorted out from the South Gippsland Bass Swimming Club. Actually it looks like Traralgon in 6, Warrnambool 5. That's Shepperton in lane 3 going in first. This has a time handicap, so that whatever the entry time is, the slowest team go first, and then the next team are 10 to 15 seconds behind whatever their entry time is. To make it fair, everyone should really finish at the same time. And you'll notice in the second heat, when that happens, they'll also have a time handicap from when the first swimmer went in the first heat. It can seem quite confusing, and you think, wow, that team are way ahead, but as you see, it does even itself out. Traralgon going in there 4th out of the 4 teams. A fantastic addition to the programme, the para and able-bodied relays. And with para swimming, the depth that some clubs have, they have quite an advantage being able to field 2 teams. Traralgon are fortunate in that capacity.
So Shepperton Swimming Club in lane 3, they're really working hard in this freestyle leg of their relay. It's interesting to see these teams and where they put their para swimmers and where they put their able-bodied swimmers. There is no order to this one, so you can put your teammates in whatever order you'd like.
Yes, it's all about strategy. I think for me, I think any mixed team of mixed medley relays, I know that at the World Championships, you know, there's The coaches have problems there, you know, fielding which could be the best team, because I think freestyle relays is a little bit easier because of all doing the same stroke.
Yeah, absolutely. I think lane 2 there, sorry, lane 3 had a fantastic start to this relay. But I think they've just dropped off that little bit here. It will be lane 5, South Gippsland Bass Swimming Club. Touches in first. Alongside is Shepparton Swimming Club, in second there.
Did a marvellous job there, Traralgon up in lane 6, catching all that up, didn't they? It was nearly a dead heat finish.
Third place, Lady Adeline from Warrnambool. In second place, Geelong Swim Club member Jacob Richards. And the winner of the time at 52.78 was Wodonga City Swimming Club member Harrison May. And then the results, could we have all medal winners for that event to report to the medal desk, please?
So as you can see, it started, and now they'll be counting from that time when the first team in the first heat set off. And the seconds that separate their entry time from that first team that were 3:10:44. So a 2:19:60. And that will be the team in lane 8 should set off first, I'm presuming, but there have been some late entries into this, as in the 2 South Gippsland Bass teams are now in lane 1 and lane 2, and on the programme they were in lane 1 and lane 8. Very, very close there, these South Gippsland Bass teams. And here we go. Looks like lane 8 probably have the fastest entry time, so they were the last ones in. This is a little less confusing because you can see that it's the slowest entry times in lane 1 and the fastest entry time in lane 8. So with that sort of handicap time, they've had to do it across the pool from lane 1 to lane 8. So if we can see lane 8 catching up to everyone, you know that it's a very exciting race. Now I can tell by the caps so we have Geelong there in lane 5, Traralgon in lane 3. Warrnambool look like they're in lane 4 with the green caps on. 2 South Gippsland Bass teams here closest to us, lane 1 and lane 2. But now it's getting very exciting. You can see that everybody from lane 1 to lane 5 are all in a line, so that handicap's worked out quite nicely. Now we just need to see if 6, 7 and 8 can catch up. I must say the temptation to go early to try and catch up could be quite a thing, I would feel. For myself, I probably would dive in early, knowing my attention span. But looking very good there, Geelong in lane 5. Commanding lead, 6 are catching up now, can you see? Yeah, that's really great. 7 and 8 are on the charge too. But first, lane 5, the Geelong Swimming Club taking that one out. All right, event 71, we've got the women's 200 metres IM, so double the distance of most of those IMs this morning.
Yeah, so kicking off with heat 1 of 6, so we have 6 timed finals in this heat. So just the 3 girls in our heat at the moment, Taryn, Evelyn and Miley. We have seen Taryn race this weekend. Evelyn being a visitor here from Albury.
Yeah, Albury's bought quite a big team. I think they like coming down to Victoria, they said, so it's easier for them than the trip to wherever the country championships was in New South Wales, so it's nice to see them.
Absolutely. So these ones are a little bit similar to our 400 IAM. So these girls are going to have to do 50 metres of every stroke instead of 100 metres here. But again, that middle distance event, so not quite a sprint the whole time.
That's right. They've just got to pace that fly. And they say the engine of the 200 IM is that back to breast 100 metres. So no matter what, you've really kind of got to push on in that 50 metres back and 50 metres breast. And then once again, it's more difficult to decide which back to breast turn you're going to do because you need that oxygen more than the 100 IM. So maybe the crossover turn, being a faster turn, may not be the best option if you need the oxygen, if you need that extra breath.
And our Geelong swimmer here in lane 3 having a fantastic breaststroke leg to this 200 IM.
Yeah, Taryn Aldred there, she's stretching right out. And that'll feel good. She was on her last 50. She's got quite a lead. And you can see on the 200 IM how much lead you get. If you turn way ahead on the breast to freestyle turn, you're doing freestyle when the others are still doing breaststroke, and it's a faster stroke, so you actually get further distance on your field.
Yeah, and we're seeing this nicely here with Taryn, who is going to lead us into the finish now underneath the flags. Will be head down, fast legs, and she touches there. And a 2:37.60, so a huge PB for Taryn there. Closely followed by Miley in lane 5 with a 2:44.16.
Here we go, timed final 2 of these 6 timed finals. So this is an open event, so that means everyone from age 12 years and above can enter into this event. And tackling the 200 IM on the final session of the second day when they've done lots of events. It's a pretty tough call.
So our swimmer, Emma, they're from Warragul, touching in first.
Keeping a nice straight line there in lane 5. Emma Pankhurst from Warragul. She's 16 years of age. Very smooth stroke, entering little finger first. But this is extremely close. Sophia Graham from the Wodonga City Swimming Club turning at the same time.
Again, we're seeing this breaststroke leg being that make or break leg of our IM. So these girls are going to go stroke for stroke down this next 25.
That's right. For people that are non-breaststrokers, it can be very disheartening, or breaststrokes, the weakest stroke maybe. So the timing is arms, then legs. Lots of people, if they're not really good breaststrokers, may bring their legs in too soon. So you have to allow time for that glide.
So Sophie Graham there having the best breaststroke leg out of our girls in this heat. Moving into her freestyle now. Like Sam was saying before, we do just lengthen that lead if we do this freestyle really well. Chasing her is that Warragul cap.
Yeah, it looks like that Sophia Graham from Wodonga. She needed that breath before the turn, needed that oxygen. It's a nice race, this. Well done. In third, we've got lane 6, Maggie Fisher from South Gippsland Bass. Previous heat getting under that 140 mark, that's a bit of a huge achievement. So this heat 3, got a couple that have been 139 before, but let's hope many of them get under that 140 mark. Lane 3, looking very good and comfortable. Holly Hembrow from the Bendigo East Swimming Club. And from Traralgon, Ruby Paulette. Yeah, she touches first there. But out in lane 8, we have Charlotte Morland from the Warragul Swimming Club, only 15. She's really taking it out.
It really is anyone's race here still, especially moving into this breaststroke leg in the next 50.
Yes, looking good. They can all feel that they are together. Lane 1, Ellie Confield from the Bendigo East Swimming Club, bringing it up there on that backstroke. Does the backflip turn. It's really paid off for her. Obviously, we can't just see her now, so we won't know until the second half. We can just see her there, but you can see Ruby Paulette there from Traralgon stretching out. Good breaststrokers from Traralgon. But I think still holding on, Ellie Caulfield there from Bendigo East, doing very well. from this angle, we can see. Yeah, she's got a great sweep in of her arms.
I wouldn't say it's quite the level of Bruce, but a lot of the time they don't do it.
Charging down this final, but 125. Ruby Paulette really keeping going, but not letting her go, not one bit. In lane 3, Holly Hembrow from the Bendigo Swimming Club. In her hometown, looking to perhaps get this victory. Oh, it's like synchronized swimming, couldn't tell, but Ruby gets that 135.63, Holly 135.77, so just hundredths of a second in it. Heat 4, youngest in this heat, Indy Joyner from the Warrigal Swimming Club at 13 years of age. She's in lane 1, nearest to us. Turning first in lane 3 is Laura Landells from the Traralgon Swimming Club. She's doing a great job on this butterfly leg.
2:35. It must have been me.
Got 2 Warrigal swimmers down here. Down at lanes 1 and lane 2. So lane 2 we have Genevieve Dennis.
So we've seen a lot over this weekend. Club mates really pushing each other in their races, so playing to their strengths and weaknesses. Obviously they train together all week, so they know where their strengths are, they know where their weaknesses are, they know how to pace each other. So these Warrigal girls are sticking next to each other, as well as our South Gippsland Bass 7 and 8 girls.
Yeah, sometimes it's a comfort to have your teammate next to you and racing each other. Sometimes I tell my swimmers, if you're in the same heat, it's you and them, you two against everyone else. So, you know, help each other, race each other. It doesn't really matter who wins out of whatever, as long as you two beat everyone else. But then I am a bit competitive.
Now having a great breaststroke leg here is our Warrigal lane 2 swimmer. So Genevieve will touch in first there with a 157.78. Moving on to this freestyle leg, but her teammate will not let her get away that easy. And Traralgon is overtaking our Warrigal swimmer there for this last 25. Traralgon will touch in first.
Yeah, lane 4, Sophie Ryan from Warrnambool coming back a bit. She might nail third here.
Looks like our lane 3 swimmer, Lara, she will take the win for this heat. The 2:34.70 with a fantastic freestyle leg there.
Here we are, heat 5. We see Astrid Buchanan again in the water. She's had a very, very busy schedule.
So a bit of an age range in this heat here. We've got just 13 years old. We've got Astrid and we've got Miller all the way through to Sienna, who is 18. Looks like our butterfly swimmer here, lane 5. Isla Ho is having a great first leg there. And we have seen Isla race a lot over this weekend, backing up those races once again. So her warm-ups and cools down will be absolutely essential to her racing this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. The amount of events that some of the swimmers have done, you must get rid of that lactic acid out of your system in that cool down and then prepare for the next event. So may have been a breaststroke race and then you're going straight into maybe a butterfly race, so it's a completely different timing. So these swimmers and coaches have it all worked out.
So Isla here having a pretty dominating lead. Looks like she will maintain that with her strong breaststroke here.
Yeah, and we have a bit of a battle on here between the two Ballarat swimmers, Ella Matters and Astrid Buchanan. It looks like Ella is a breaststroke specialist. Astrid's very good at that backstroke and freestyle. So let's see how that pans out between those two.
Yeah, so we talked about our swimmers playing to their strengths and their weaknesses. So she's definitely looking to have a great breaststroke leg there. She touches in second. So Ella is our breaststroker. So she's pulled away from that teammate in this breaststroke leg, and she's only going to lengthen that lead in her freestyle, being one of her stronger strokes.
We're on a 2:14, so this is looking very good to be in the 2:20s. This will be a huge PB for Isla Ho. Wow, 2:24.29. Excellent swim. That's a 10-second personal best. Brilliant swim.
So our sixth and final heat of the women's 200-metre IM. Away and racing. Now we saw Isla do a fantastic personal best there, which would have placed her in the top heat. So these girls are going to have to work overtime to knock Isla off that podium position.
Yes, they are. There's only one person on Nicole Briscoe in lane 4 that has a faster time than Isla just swam.
So Ava there having an incredible first 50 with that butterfly. Ava Candy, another one that's backing up race after race after race. We've seen some incredible times, some incredible heat performance from Ava.
Yeah, Ava very diminutive, but she packs an absolute punch when it comes to swimming, and her determination is second to none, so she'll be hanging on to Nicole here. Lane 7, though, we have Claire Matheson, Ballarat Gold Swimming Club. She's having a good race at the moment.
So it looks like Nicole here is our breaststroker. She has taken the lead in this breaststroke leg, and it looks like she's only lengthening that lead now. So it will be quite a challenge for Ava to catch her.
Yeah, Ava had an excellent underwater split stroke there. I think she may be just creeping up a little bit. So it's all down to this breast to free turn. Again, good underwater. So she's at about knee level on Nicole Briscoe. And if you can be in contact like that, there's a great incentive to, and she has just taken over Nicole, but Nicole is a tough competitor. She will fight back. Look at Nicole looking over at Ava. Ava's breathing away from Nicole. So
it looks like coming under the flags, it will be Ava Candy that takes out our final heat with a 2:23.44, and Nicole closely following her there. So that means that Isla from Heat 5 will take that bronze medal there with that fantastic 10-second PB. Kicking off event 72, the men's 200-meter IM. So we just watched the girls. Let's see what these men can do. So starting with heat 1 of 4, so 4-timed finals in this event today. So again, a mixed age group. We've got 13 all the way through to 23 here. And having a flying start there is our lane 4 swimmer, Andreas from Bendigo East.
yeah, Andreas has a very slow backstroke stroke rate. We have Joaquin Kaiser Liel. Yeah, he shot off on that backstroke. I don't know what's happened, but perhaps Andreas was just going for a time on that 50 fly.
Yeah, so we see some of our athletes in this 200-meter IM, they tend to go out fast and then not be able to maintain that speed for that whole event.
I don't think Joaquin has a bad stroke, as it were. I think he's pretty good at all 4 strokes, which is huge advantage.
Makes him that ideal IM swimmer.
That's right. He's looking very good coming along here, just to turn onto the freestyle. But over in lane 6, we have Jared Tadgell from the South Dippy Bass. He's had a storming breaststroke leg. And in lane 1, Jack Hayes, Surf Coast. He's only 13 years of age. These guys look like going to do some good times. So with 25 to go and a 2:06, and Joaquin's time a 2:28, I think that's going to be a new personal best time. Let's see if he can get under that 2:20, 18, 19. Oh, just missed it, but that's not too bad. That's a good PB for him at 8 seconds. Dara Tadgell, 2:26.59. And Jack Hayes coming in with a new personal best time too.
Heat 2 of 4 underway. So again, 4-timed finals in this event. So our youngest qualifier, or youngest 2 qualifiers, I should say, in this heat is Noah and Cody, being just 15 years of age.
As they come around to the turn at that 50-metre mark, leading us through. It will be down in lane 2 there. with Charles Gleeson from Warrnambool getting away nicely. We're just starting to be a bit of a shift in pace coming out of lane 8. It's William Upston. Sorry, my mistake. Riley Williams.
Really showcasing those skills there is our lane 2 swimmer, Charles Gleeson from Warrnambool Swimming Club with a great underwater.
Halfway point for the boys, and it will be Noah Stevens from Geelong. Really built the speed through that second 25 of the backstroke. He's coming to this breaststroke out in front, but nice breaststroke leg at the moment happening from Archer Marsland of Terrelgan. He's pulled up alongside Noah, and they're going to come into that turn almost equal. As we watch the underwaters here, keep an eye out for Charles Gleeson. He's still up in the mix also.
So our Terrelgan boy here opting for that lower breaststroke. So he's nice and low in the water, but using his glide. It will be Charles that touches him first there for our freestyle leg.
Our 3 leaders stay the same as we have less than 50 metres left to swim for the boys here. And it will be Archer whose feet come onto that wall first at the halfway point in the freestyle. Nice little fight between lanes 2 and 3, Charles and Noah. As we come down now, 10 metres left to swim.
And it is Archer that touches him first there, taking out heat 2 with a 1:21.99.
Up and away now with the third timed final of 4 in the men's 200-metre individual medley, another one of our open events. It will be lane 2 hitting the wall first there. One of our visitors from Albury, Edward O'Connor. Not a lot separating the boys early on in this butterfly.
Yeah, it's pretty even heading into this a backstroke leg. But it will be our lane 1 swimmer that touches in at first, Thomas.
Yeah, we almost had a line across the pool there between first from lane 1, second in lane 2, and third from lane 3. As we come down, we're just seeing Oliver Callio in that third lane. Start to push through, really nice backstroker. He's got a little bit higher of a stroke rate than the other boys down this second lap, and that's propelling him forward into a nice lead. Let's see if he can maintain it through the third 50.
Edging up now is our lane 2 swimmer, Edward, our visitor. Breaststroke clearly being one of his strengths.
We've seen some fantastic breaststrokers on the Australian stage come through the Albury Swimming Club. As we come down into the freestyle leg, that lead definitely has been reduced. It will still be Oliver out in front. Nice breaststroke swim from Blake Scott there. Ballarat Swimming Club, he turns in second ahead of Edward O'Connor, and the race is on with 50 metres left.
Coming underneath the flags now. It is quite the battle between 4 and 3 here, but it looks like it will be Blake in lane 4 that takes out heat 3 with a 2:15.64.
Off the boys go here. It's our fourth and final of the time finals, men's 200 IM. And once again, some of those familiar names and faces in the pool. A little bit of an early race on now between Jacob Richards and Ashley Nichols. Geelong versus Traralgon here. Ash, he's got a lot of that sprint speed. We've seen him break about 3 records already across this weekend, but it will be Jake who takes that early lead after the first 50.
Yeah, Jake looks like he's not slowing down for this backstroke leg either. He maintains that lead in this first 25.
We know Ash Nichols has had quite the heavy program, so I think some of the other boys in this race will probably be hoping that he's a little bit fatigued here. As we come down to that halfway point, Jacob Richards in lane 3 leads us around in front of Ash Nichols, and then turning in third from Traralgon as well, Zayden over in lane 6.
It's quite the battle here between our middle lanes in this first 25 of their breaststroke. Great underwater there.
Yeah, Ash Nichols just stayed under that a little bit longer, really got himself a nice distance in front, and that's what we want to see from this breaststroke. If you can get a lead, it's almost going to be doubled now, as we see almost over 2 body lengths in front of the other 2 boys. That race for second, though, between Tom Urquhart and Jacob Richards is absolutely raging on here as we come down to the final lap. Our leader still Ash Nichols.
And coming underneath the flags now, Ash has maintained that lead. And he will touch him first with a 2:11.89. Now, there was nothing in it with that second and third.
You could just see Ash Nichols really easing his way into the wall. And these are those little bits of conserved energy that we're probably going to start noticing from our athletes as we come through in these final events of the day. We do have a bit of a point score update. Coming into today, it was Geelong Swimming Club with almost 300 points lead, but that lead has substantially been narrowed down in our first session this morning. So our top 5 clubs now sit at Ballarat Swimming Club on 618 points, Ballarat Gold on 764 points. And then in third, South Gippsland Bass, 1,220. And we look at our top 2 teams, Traralgon Swimming Club now, 1,511. They are just over 100 points behind the Geelong Swimming Club in a point score of 1,628. So Traralgon made up 200 points this morning. We could have a really close race on our hands with that point score as we go through this afternoon session.
And we kick off event 73, the girls 18 and over 50-metre backstroke. So 4 timed finals in this event. And we just have the 4 swimmers in the pool with us now. And that was a great start there from lane 3. Claudia from Ballarat Gold Swimming Club, 21 years of age. Going down under the flags now, though. Looks like she will maintain that lead from start to finish, and she will take out the first heat with a 35.64.
Here we go now with our second heat of the 50-metre backstroke for our 18 and overs. And the action really coming from that far side of the pool early on. Lane 6, Alice Kennedy of Geelong Sharks. She's going to get her feet on the wall just in front of our swimmer in lane 7. Charlotte Matthews from Gisborne Thunder. Some good turns, though, over in lane 1 and 2. They're going to be trying to come back down this second lap. Looks like it will be Charlotte who takes this one out ahead of Alice. 35.94, 36.12 for second.
Our second last heat here, so heat 3 of 4. It's pretty even across that start. But our swimmer from Warrnambool will be the first to get those feet on the wall. And lane 3 there touches in first. Zoe with a 34.57.
In the water now with our fourth and final of our heats of the girls 18 and over 50 metres backstroke, and looking to that lane 5 there, Olivia Bailey, best of the underwaters, quick reaction, but here comes Nicole Briscoe. She's made up a lot of ground into that turn and utilised that speed off the wall. They're going to come up almost stroke for stroke with Talani Bibby in lane 3 sitting in that third place spot. As we come down under the flags, though, a last little dig from Olivia. She's going to take this one out there, 30.20 in front of Nicole, 30.51, and Talani, our birthday girl today, 31.95, picks up that bronze.
In third place for the Geelong Swimming Club, Jacob Richards. In second place for the Ballarat Swimming Club, Tom Urquhart. And the winner in a time of 2:11.83 from Carrollton Swimming Club, Ashley Nichols.
Event 74, the boys 18 and over 50 metre backstroke. So we did just watch our girls race. So we'll see what the boys can come up with today. We do only have 3 heats of our timed finals in this event. So quite the age range here. We've got 19 years of age all the way through to 29 years of age. It looks like coming underneath the flags now, led from start to finish, it will be our lane 4, Sumar Cooper, touching with a 28.14.
And they were quick on the reactions there for our second heat of boys here. Pretty clean across the board on the start. Looks like maybe lane 4. It is Jack Sharp who will turn in first, but not by a lot. Really good underwater there in lane 3. Mostyn Lumsden, South Gippsland Bass. He's come up right alongside, maybe just edging himself out in front here. Time that finish, though. It looks like it's going to go over on the far side of the pool. It will be Matthew Charlesworth of South Gippsland Bass who takes out heat 2.
Our third and final heat away and racing now. So our fastest qualifiers in the pool with us. A flying start from our middle lanes there. We'll come down to who has the quicker turn, the better underwater. Looks like coming underneath the flags now, it will be our lane 4, Sumar, that takes that gold with a 25.23.
And that time there, another of our country event records falls. Great swim by Akalanka from Warrnambool.
We kick off event 75, the girls 12 and 13 100-metre breaststroke. So 7 heats in this event. So just our 4 girls in the pool racing in this first heat.
Yeah, our 12, 13-year-old girls, it's one of our bigger age groups across the weekend here at the 2025 UNCLOUD Victorian Country Short Course Championships. Our short course events obviously being held in this 25-metre pool. The 100-metre breaststroke, I think, is one of those races where you can get such an advantage and a way faster time than potentially in your long course counterpart. With the underwaters, the ability to do a split stroke off the dive as well as 3 turns here, we can make up a lot of time and have these girls swimming a lot faster, which is really exciting.
Warrnambool swimmer from lane 5, really utilising those underwaters we just talked about. And alongside her, our Geelong swimmer, not letting her get away too fast. So it will be stroke for stroke down this last 25.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the timing onto the wall. Yujin looks like she might have just pulled ahead with 10 metres to go. She will take out Heat 1 in a 132.39, ahead of Daisy in a 133.04, but great race to the girls. Moving along now to our second heat, the girls all in this heat sit at that 1:33 entry time, and I think 1:30 is certainly one of those barriers a lot of these athletes will be looking to break. We've got a lot of 1:31s all the way through to 1:33s in this event, so we'll see if any of these girls can creep into the 1:29s.
Indiana here in lane 3, being a great first 50 here. She will lead us into this second 50, the 41.49. But Jess down in lane 8 is chasing her.
And doing a great job of that, Jess Teufel over in that lane 8 spot from the Bendigo Hawks Aquatic. She might have almost caught up. There's not going to be a lot separating these two girls with 25 metres left to swim.
Jess there just opting to stay underwater that little bit longer. It looks like lane 3, Indiana has picked up that stroke rate that little bit more, and she will touch the wall in first with a 128.59, closely followed by Jess in lane 8 with a 128.94. So nothing separating those two girls.
And already two girls in Heat 2 well and truly breaking that 130 barrier. So I'm very keen to see what these next 5 heats of girls, 12, 13-year-olds can do. We are away and racing here with our third heat of time finals. Girls 12, 13-year-olds, 100 metres breaststroke. And what a start it was from lane 6. Taylor Costello from the Ballarat Swimming Club. That early speed, though, in the swim element came from lane 2, Ella Featherston. from Ballarat Gold. So it's the Ballarat swimmers who have come to absolutely smash out Heat 3 here early on.
Ella really attacked that first 50, so it'll be interesting if she can keep this up for this last 50 here.
She'll turn in first, 31.37. It was Imogen over in lane 5 who just timed that touch onto the wall a little bit better than Taylor at the halfway point, but Taylor Costello really battling her way back into this swim, and it's still really anyone's race, Tegan. I mean, Ella just holding on, but the girls in 5 and 6 are coming along very quickly.
Yeah, Ella's really maintained this stroke rate. And it is a close race coming down underneath the flags. Still anyone's heat here, but it looks like Ella may just get to that wall a little bit quicker in a 1:29.80. Closely followed by Imogen with a 1:29.99.
So she's also snuck under that 1:30 mark. Doesn't matter how you do it, whether it's 1/100th or an entire second. She's got there.
Heat 4 of 7 in the pool with us now. Now our outside lane, lane 8 and lane 7 there, having a great underwater start. As we were saying before, these underwaters can really change those PBs. These outside lanes, lane 8 and lane 7, really racing each other here. But lane 1 is catching them. Will be Ruby in lane 7 that touches in first and will lead us into this second 50.
These outside lanes in the earlier heats are really, really showcasing that they came to race today. We do know these are time finals, so our results can come from any heat. And we're seeing some stellar performances from girls who have really lifted and doing massive, massive personal bests.
Looks like Ruby here is really looking to bring it home.
Yeah, she's almost built through this 100 and she's continued to extend her lead down this final lap. It will be Ruby Kenwright who takes out this one. Superb time there, 1:25.07. Really nice personal best from her. It was Ava Hager in the lane next to her. Almost dragged along, and they had a really competitive battle between them throughout that 100. Into the water now, and we have heat 5 out of our 7 heats today in this 100 breaststroke. 4 fast laps, looking good early is Luella Webb from the Bendigo Hawks. So another one of our local and regional Bendigo girls. Looking good early on here.
Coming underneath the flags now. She will lead us into the next 50. And our outside lane, lane 1, looking to have that comeback in this second 50.
Yeah, once again, sneaky little outsider doing really well here, but Luella Webb looking the good. She was away quickly in that first lap. The girls have a fair bit of ground to make up. Just seeing Lila there in lane 2. She started to put the pedal to the metal here as we come down now with less than 10 meters left to swim. Luella trying to hold on.
And it looks like it will be Luella that touches in first. They're closely followed by our lane 2 swimmer, Lila. Approaching the end of event 75 with heat 6 of 7 racing.
Alexis Telford probably got the best of the underwaters here, but it will be lane 5. Sophia Graham, what a meet. She's had some superb swims from her across this 2-day competition. She'll lead us around. But once again, we're seeing the underwaters really, really important. So Alexis had the great start in the underwater, and she had a really great turn there too.
Will be Sophie that leads us into this next 50.
Estelle Carslake, our fastest qualifier in this heat, has closed that gap a little bit, but really starting to pick up the pace over in lane 8 is Raina Snyders. We know her from those more middle distance races. Tend to see her in a lot of freestyles, but looks like they might be turning her into a bit of a breaststroker in Geelong. She's flying home down this final 25.
Coming underneath the flags now. Looks like she did do the work in that last 50, and she will touch in first. Raina there with a 1:22.30.
Underway now with our 7th and final heat of girls, and throw a blanket over this field right now. There's not a lot separating all 8 athletes in this race.
Now, if we look at our qualifying times, we will see a little bit of a gap. Some of these girls pull away in this second 50.
Emily Corrado in lane 4. She did have the best of the underwaters off the turn, was really able to increase that lead, and she'll turn in first in a 35.91, so setting herself up really, really well. Eliza Cooling in lane 3 turns in second from Traralgon Swimming Club, and she's trying to make her way back into this race, but Emily Corrado is just flying and charging down this third 25.
Here's quite the battle here for our second place. Coming underneath the flags now with a dominating lead, it will be our lane 4 swimmer, Emily, that touches with a 1:15.79. Closely followed by our lane 3 swimmer.
Away we go now with event 76 on the program. The boys 12-13 years, 100-metre breaststroke. We have 4 of our timed finals in this event this afternoon. And this is our Heat 1. Leading us around on that turn will be Harry Curl of the Traralgon Swimming Club. Another name that we've mentioned multiple times across the weekend. Some big programs for these younger athletes.
He comes under the flags now, sitting really nice and high, utilising that glide. And can he keep this up for the last 50? Now, these hundreds are a hard one because they are still a sprint. So it's 4 laps of sprinting rather than just the 2 that we see in a 50-metre.
As they turn at that 75-metre wall, it is still Harry Curl out in front. Not too far behind him was Zihao Wang over in lane 5, and our swimmer in lane 4, Patrick Hunter, sitting in that 3rd place spot.
It will be Harry that touches in first, taking out that first heat with a 1:29.5. which is a massive drop in his entry time.
Yeah, I think that's certainly one of the bigger personal bests that I've seen in a 100-metre race today. Harry there dropping 11 seconds off his entry. Not a bad day's effort.
Heat 2 in the pool with us. So we're looking at a couple of those entry times at that sub 1:30 here.
Going to be close coming into the first wall, but just in front of the rest of the crowd. Looked like Samuel Ballett of the Wodonga City Swimming Club. Got that nice high stroke rate. We don't tend to see as much of a glide phase in our 100-metre or our sprint breaststroke events. We do still want to see those arms fully extend out the front before we start on the outsweep of our catch.
Geelong swimmer definitely using those underwaters and close that gap that little bit in this 3rd 25.
So not a lot separating 2nd and 3rd here. Samuel still that nice little lead, fairly comfortable as we come down this final 25-metre swim. Looked like he might have had a cheeky little look to see where the other boys were. Don't worry, Sam, you're out in front, and you are going to take the win here from Heat 2 in a 1:21.61.
Approaching the end of our event 76 with our heat 3 of 4 in the water and racing. Now pretty even across that start. It looks like our swimmer in lane 6 has had a fantastic first 25.
Yeah, Jasper Warner looked like he got his hands on the wall in first. Not too far behind him, though, was Maverick Houston from Gisborne Thunder. Fastest qualifier coming into this race by about 2 seconds at a 1:23. These other boys hoping for another personal best, I'm sure. They'll be wanting to be dragged along a little bit by the centre of the pool.
Jasper leading us into this second 50, but not by a lot. It really is anyone's race.
Yeah, that lead certainly looks to be closing a little bit with Maverick starting to make his way up, as is Bowden in lane 3, and also joining that group, Daniel down in lane 2. So really not a lot separating 4 athletes out the front. Daniel Hyatt probably got the best of the turns.
Looks like Jasper's trying to pull away from the rest of that group here in this last 5 metres. It will be Jasper that touches in first with a 1:22.59, closely followed by our lane 3 swimmer there.
Yeah, Bowden ended up finishing off in second, and then it was Billy Main out in lane 1 who picked up that third spot with 1 heat left to swim for our boys 12-13-year-olds.
Our 4th and final heat, away and racing. So these are our fastest qualifiers in event 76. Now we've had a couple of our fast heat swims here in earlier heats. So these boys are going to have to work overtime in this 100-metre breaststroke if they want a spot on that podium.
Yeah, Noah Tucker in lane 4, looking pretty nice early on. Still has that little bit of a glide to his stroke as he comes into his turns there. He's going to lead us through. It is lane 8 sitting in second, Archie Smith. What a weekend for him. Great to see him doing well in this breaststroke event. Also, such a good backstroke and freestyle swimmer. And they are the ones to be chasing now with just 25 metres left to swim. It will be Noah just in front of Archie. And then our swimmer down in lane 2, Logan from GCO in third.
Noah's really picked up this stroke rate for the last 10 metres here, but our lane 8 swimmer is fighting. Looks like it will be Noah that touches in first with a 1:13.10, closely followed by Archie with a 1:14.43.
Here we go now with event 77, our women's 100-metre IM for our multi-class athletes. We have 2 timed finals in this event this afternoon. Lots of different classifications being represented in this first heat. We've got Gemma Cook, one of our SM6 athletes. Now, you might notice that in our other races, our classifications are S followed by a number. In our medley swims, those classifications are SM, because some athletes might have a slightly different classification for an IM. We also have slightly different classifications for breaststroke events. They will be represented by an SB.
Now we do have Amy and Zoe here in lane 4 and lane 5. Now they are going head-to-head here because they are the same classification.
What that means is when they touch the wall, the first person onto the wall, their point score will be higher as it will be closer to that world record for their classification. Good to see some of our younger athletes represented in this event as well. Amy Bale, just 11 years of age. Zoe Cox is 12. Gemma is 13. She raced at the Australian Age National Championships earlier this year and put on an incredible performance for South Gippsland Bass.
Does look like it's going to be Tyra that touches the wall first in a 1:34. Now Tyra doesn't have an entry time for this event, so this is her first official time And what a fantastic swim that was from her.
As we turn our attention to Gemma Cook, making her way down her final lap here in this 100-metre individual medley. Keep an eye on the times. We'll be looking for some more personal best swims. Gemma's entry is a 2:23.22. And that is another huge personal best, an 8-second drop for Gemma. It's a great effort there this afternoon. Away we go now with our second of the time finals for our women's 100-metre individual medley. Leading us through at the 25-metre turn was Meg Conetti in lane 4 from the Geelong Swimming Club. Beside her is Ava Dennis in lane 5. And they're going to take us around onto the wall in first and second spot, followed by Evie Lee. And then down in lane 1, I believe that is Adele York from the Bendigo Hawks Aquatic.
Looks like it will be Meg that touches the wall first, the 1:15.24. Closely followed by our lane 5 swimmer, and then Evie in third.
Yeah, some little personal bests from all three of those girls who were first into the wall. We will eagerly await those point scores and the announcement of our medalists, but it was a fantastic job in the 100 IM by all our women in the multi-class. For event 77, as we move along now in our programs to event 78, it's the men's turn to give this one a crack. It's the 100 IM for multi-class males.
We kick off event 78, the men's 100-metre IM multi-class. So we've got two SM18 classifications, Kobe and Byron, swimming in lanes 3 and lane 4. So they will be going head-to-head today. So will be who touches the wall first with those two swimmers.
As we've mentioned before, the 100 IM, it's one of our fun races. A lot of the athletes love to do it. We only get to do it for 6 months of the year during our short course season. We can't compete in this one in a 50-metre pool. It's just 25 metres of each stroke. As we come down onto the turn, it will be Cody Johnston from 92 based on Hill, who leads us through. Do keep in mind, this is not a race that is about the fastest person to touch the wall necessarily. It is about who can get closest to that world record for the classifications.
Now there are a couple of no time entries here. So swimmers swimming this officially for the first time. So awesome to see them at our country short course championships. What a good place to do that time.
So Kobe into his breaststroke. Byron almost about to turn at that halfway mark. As we see Cody Johnston, he's finished his 100 IM there, 135.44. It was Samuel Turner, our swimmer from Albury, who touched the wall in second place. As our boys in lanes 3 and 4 make their way down the 25 metres of breaststroke. So good that we have such fantastic representation here at these Victorian Country Short Course Championships within our multi-class events, having 2-time finals for both our men and our women. Victoria has such a rich history in our para and multi-class programs. We put a lot of athletes onto those Australian teams. A few of those swimmers will be coming up in that next heat. They're standing behind the blocks waiting, and I certainly think we've got a few future stars in amongst that group as well. As we watch Kobe Wilson make his way under the flags and finish off this 100 IM. Gets a nice cheer from the crowd. A lot of support here for Byron Doran of South Gippsland Bass. Big effort from all of these boys in our 4th session of the weekend.
We have heat 2 of our event 78 men's 100 metre IM multi-class. So we've got a packed heat here. So all 8 lanes of our pool are filled. And like Carly was talking about before, what an awesome experience for our multi-class athletes to have not 1 but 2 heats and a absolutely packed second heat here.
Yeah, and a really great experience for a lot of these athletes to be racing against some of these boys who are national champions. I mean, Eli Kerr, he picked up a stack of bling at the Australian Age Championships. An incredible performer, just 14 years of age from Warrnambool. And I know a lot of these boys will be looking for those examples and those almost idols. If you take a look behind Eli, you will see Levi Jarrett. He's closing in that gap, and I know that he's got really big dreams and working so hard. He did so well at our school national championships, dropping some massive personal bests. As we look to Lockie Ballion, who has taken the win in this heat in a 110.85. He'll be followed onto the wall by Eli Kerr and Levi Jarrett in 3rd there. Big celebration from him. I do love a big celebration.
Me too. Well deserved. Some great swims there from our multi-class swimmers. But we shift our focus now to event 79, our girls 14 and 15 200-metre freestyle. So we have 4 timed finals in this event for us this afternoon.
I was having a chat with some of the girls during the lunch break, in particular about this 200-metre freestyle event, and saying how it's almost sneakily one of the toughest events on the program now, the 200 free. It's becoming almost a pure sprint race, and to sprint 8 laps short course is a big ask of anyone. It becomes quite hypoxic, really takes into account a lot of use of the lungs, particularly on those underwaters, especially if we look to our champions in our 200 freestyle, your Molly O'Callaghan's, and they're utilising almost 8 dolphin kicks off walls on every turn. That's a big ask.
Yeah, we've talked a lot today about how tiring those turns and those underwaters and those breakouts can be in a short course pool. So these girls are taking it on like champions.
At that 100-metre turn, it will be Ingrid Brettig from Wangaratta who turns in first. She was speedy. Going along with her was Tessa Newstead from the East Gippsland Water Dragons. And then over on the other side of the pool, out of lane 7, we're just seeing Alice Walsh from Surf Coast up in that first little group as the girls get ready to turn for home in that final 50-metre stretch.
Now it is really close in this 50-metre, this last 50 metres. Will still be our lane 7 swimmer with a 1:48.34. Can she maintain that lead? She's starting to pull away from the rest of the group now.
Was a nice turn though from Tessa. Almost pulled up alongside Alice, and they are breathing towards each other. It's a long way across the pool to see that far, but the race is on. It looks like Alice might just be able to hold her off. She'll get her hand onto the wall in first in a 2:24.49. Tessa 2:25.01. Ingrid 2:26.42.
And we kick off a heat 2 of 4. Some great dive starts there from our girls. Middle lanes really pulling through in this first 25. And great underwater there from our leader. Coming under the flags now. Is quite a battle here. Who will touch the wall first? Looks like it will be our lane 7 Samar Emily with a 31.81 for that first 50.
Good to see these girls still holding that underwater, making their way past the flags. It's a good skill, I should say, that we want to see every time our athletes are in the training pool. As we come down to that halfway point, looks like it will be Charlotte in first in lane 4, 107.69 ahead of Emily, 107.95. Just 0.3 separated the girls on that turn.
There's really nothing in it with these girls. It's going to come down to some skills here.
Yeah, this third 50 has been an interesting one. They do call it the Premiership Quarter. It's the one where we can make or break a lot of our athletes, and Olivia Clark has really just put the motors on. She took away on that third 50. Great turn, though, from her teammate Georgie in lane 5. The Geelong girls are on fire now as they come down with 50 metres left to swim.
Will be these Geelong girls fighting it out for this last 25.
With 10 metres left to swim, it looks like Olivia might be just in front of Georgie as we come down under the flags. Timing that finish will be Olivia Clark, 2:19.59. Georgie Vague, 2:19.86. And then it was Emily McMillan who finished off in third from Heat 2. Into the pool now, and it is Heat 3 of our 4-time finals for the 14-15 years girls, 200-metre freestyle. Very even across the first 25 here out of Heat 3.
Now a couple of these girls we've seen race already today. Looks like our outside lane, lane 8. Starting fantastic.
Yeah, Isabel Croato there turned in a 31.27. So out very quickly if we compare that to her personal best of 2:23. Hopefully we'll see some nice drops in time. Still looks fairly smooth though. Doesn't look like she's overrated too early. Hopefully she can hold on. Was a nice turn in lane 3 by Miller Abley of Bendigo East, and alongside her Sophia in lane 2 doing well here as they come into the 100-metre turn.
Isabella will lead us. Taryn in second. Seen both of these girls race a lot over this weekend.
Yeah, I think the coaches from Geelong have certainly got those race tactics going with their team. We're really seeing a lot of these Geelong girls step it up in that third 50. Taryn might have even almost pulled herself up right alongside Isabel Croato as they turn for that final 2 laps.
Looks like Isabel is pulling away from the rest of the group though, like she did in that first 50.
She's breathing towards the rest of the field. They are trying to come in this final 25, but it's not going to be enough. Isabel Croato there, 2:15.35. Takes out the third heat ahead of Taryn Aldred of Geelong. And a 2:16.82 with Zoe Davis finishing in third.
And we have our fourth and final heat in the pool with us racing. So these are our fastest seated times for event 79.
This is certainly an event I have been looking forward to. You've got Azia Fong Sutton, the winner of the 100. She went a 58 for that 100-metre event. You also have Arabella Johnson in this heat, winner of the 400 free and the 400 IM. So we're going to have and see that front-end speed from Azia. She's taken it out in 30.25, but keep an eye on some of the other girls in this race because they're going to be the ones to watch in the third 50. I think they're going to sneak up into the rest of the field.
And going into this first 100, it still is really anyone's race here. Looks like our lane 4 Sumar Mia is going to turn in first with a 103.88.
Yeah, we've seen Maya Roberts put together some really nice sprints across the weekend. She's going to be trying to hold off Bella Johnson, who's already starting to make her move. Not surprising, that third 50, we expected to see this here, and those two have really started to pull away from the other girls. It's become a race of two in our leaders in those golden lanes, but, I mean, you've got to say it, Bella Johnson is looking very good with 50 metres left to swim here.
Arabella is just so good at coming back in these last bits of her race. She's just lengthening that gap even more here.
Great race on for that third place spot. The first two look pretty secure here. It will be Bella Johnson who takes out these 14-15 years 200-metre freestyle in a 209.63. Maya Roberts finishes in second, 213.53. And then coming into third was Rebecca Barclay of South Gippsland Bass. Here we go now with event 80. It's the boys 14-15 years 200-metre freestyle. 5 timed finals this afternoon. Kicking us off, just the 3 boys out of heat 1. Quick start there by our swimmer in lane 3, Isaac Holloway of Wodonga Amateur Swimming Club. All of these boys come into this race sitting around that 2:23, 2:24 mark, but what we have noticed in all of these early heats has been some incredible drops in time, some big personal bests, and hopefully we can see a little bit more of that this afternoon. Alrighty, turning at that 75-metre wall, and not a lot of lead still for Isaac here. The other 2 boys have brought themselves back into this competition. We did see their entry times very close together. Quick change in lead. Tom McMahon of Geelong turns in first at the halfway point, 103.41. Certainly setting himself up for a big drop in time. These 200-metre freestyles, we can see quite close split, so if you're able to go out in a 103, hopefully he's able to hold on to that quite nicely down this second 100.
110 would be good, wouldn't it? That would give him a 10-second PB.
That would be a very big drop and very impressive. We'll see what the boys turn at now here with 50 metres left to swim. It is still Tom out in front, 1:37. So he's gone at 34. We can hopefully see him come back in at 34 as well, and that will be a huge PB.
Oh, massive. All the boys going well. That'll be another great big PB for lane 4, which will be Troy Oswald, and I'm sure as well in 3, Isaac Holloway.
As we come down now under the flags, it will be Tom McMahon of Geelong who sets the clock off there, almost under that 2:10 mark, 2:10.06, dropping 14 seconds off his entry time. Troy Oswald finishes off in second, and Isaac Holloway in third.
Yeah, 6-second PB there from Isaac Holloway. Those boys did an awesome job. Here we go for the second of the 5 heats, timed finals here. The good thing is these 200 events, they only have to do it once. It's timed finals. They don't have to come back and do a final as well as a heat. So it just takes that pressure off them a little bit, because it's a very, very big weekend, fitting a lot of events in. Not only for the swimmers, but for the coaches, officials and parents too. All the support crew with everyone. So, yeah.
Yeah, and what a fantastic job all of those individuals have done. The volunteers and the support workers have been phenomenal. Thank you so much to Swimming Bendigo. They have looked after us really well. They've looked after our officials. And the work that goes in behind the scenes within our country swimming clubs. We have 36 clubs represented across this weekend. We had our biggest showing of athletes in 634 swimmers across the 2 days. It's our biggest ever country short course championships, and it's been such a fantastic weekend. I mean, Bendigo's done a really great job in turning on the weather as well, so we couldn't be happier here at Gurrywanyara, the beautiful indoor facility we have.
Yeah, it is. It's a very, very beautiful new facility. Although luckily Bendigo have 3 50-metre pools here. So how good's that for one town? Sometimes it's good to train, as long as you train in long course. It's nice to train outdoors as well, get that fresh air.
The boys now turning with 50 metres left to swim, and it was Cormac Flynn down in lane 2 with the lead. A lot of action coming from the far side of the pool between lane 6, 7 and Rex Brocklesby in lane 8.
And come from a long way, lane 5, Brennan McDonald from Hamilton Olympic. So come quite a way. That's distinctive orange cap.
But it will be Cormac Flynn. Really strong head down finish there from him. 2:11.45. Ethan Wagner from Geelong, 2:13 for him. Another nice drop in time. He'll take that second place spot. Hitting the water now, it's heat 3 of 5. Just starting to see the fatigue set in for some of our athletes. A few more of those empty lanes as we come into our final events of the afternoon.
Yeah, I think some of them become more selective towards the end. They just think, oh, maybe I've got a better chance of success in a shorter event if they're very, very tired. But also, these guys using this as high-quality training because they're able to compete at the Victorian Age Championships. Some of them may be in the Victorian Open Championships, which are in 2 weeks' time. So this is a great way to back up and to swim anaerobically, which is, you know, at full pace. and to get some really hard racing in.
As the boys turn here at the halfway point, not a lot separating our leaders, Nicholas Antonello and Thomas Sahar. Nicholas from the Shepparton Swimming Club and Thomas from Warragul. They're just in front of the rest of the field, looking to see who can step it up down this 50.
Yeah, well, they were both breathing towards each other. Now they're both breathing away from each other, so that's penultimate 25. They'll be able to eyeball each other and then just pull it down the last 25. But in lane 2, we have George Kitson from the Geelong Swimming Club. He's really bringing it home, trying to keep in contact with lane 3. Thomas Sahar.
Into our final 25 now, and really there's almost a blanket across the field with 4 athletes trying to charge down this final lap. I don't think anyone's going to be able to do enough to beat Nicholas. It will be him in first, 2:12.42 ahead of Thomas, 2:13.46. But Hugo down in lane 1, Hugo Pankhurst, he snuck his way into that 3rd place spot onto the wall for heat 3. Into the water now, we have heat 4. Nice start there by Xavier Gray in lane 4. He's away quickly, nice and early on.
Yes, Xavier had that huge leg kick earlier on in the day in his 100 freestyle, so watch out for him bringing that in towards the end of the race.
We're just seeing Joaquin in lane 3, holding on to those underwaters a little bit better here, the swimmer from Mildura. And he's been able to use that to his advantage. Just getting off those walls, staying under.
Yeah, looking very comfortable though in lane 3. Joaquin from Mildura. He's had a lot of events. He takes on the 200 fly, so that will put him in good stead for this 200 freestyle.
Yeah, so they've gone around at the halfway mark, and Joaquin, who also goes by Jack, so Jack Leo Kaiser in lane 3, he's just absolutely starting to motor away with this race. Xavier Gray, he's trying to hang in there because there's a few other athletes starting to put the afterburners on here as well. Daniel in lane 5 really starting to make his way up alongside Xavier as they go now with 50 metres left to swim. Jack is still your leader in lane 3.
Yeah, Daniel Wilkie having that long course training out in Geelong puts him in good stead, being short course, having that fitness at the end of his racing. But once again, Xavier Gray brings those legs in. Keen there, excellent swim, 2:03.51. That is a 7-second personal best for him.
Really close on the wall there between 2nd and 3rd, but it will go to Daniel from Geelong ahead of Xavier from Sale. And that brings us now to our 5th and final heat of the boys' 14-15 years 200 metre freestyle.
We've got Harrison Main in lane 4 and Cody Said in lane 5. Cody from Traralgon, Harrison from Wodonga. They've been fighting out a few events here.
Yeah, there's been a lot of close races in this age group, the 100 freestyle. Not a lot separated the two boys swimming out of lanes 3 and 4, Harrison Main and Jacob Riches. Don't discount those Traralgon swimmers, though. They are on the hunt at the moment for points. Only 100 points behind at the three-quarter time mark here at Country Championships. And we do know at the end of the day, a lot of these clubs really want to come away with the win on the overall point score.
Harrison Main looks very comfortable. He seems to be in a little bit of a cat and mouse with Jacob Ritchie's there.
What we did see in the 100 is Harry really working the underwaters, and he was out turning Jake on a lot of those skills within the swim. Jake looked to be the faster of the actual athletes in the swim component of the race, and he's really lifted in this third 50. He's going to turn for that final 2 laps, almost a body length ahead of Harrison Main. So that's going to be a hard gap to chase down with only 50 metres left to swim.
Yeah, Jacob does look like he's got more of a distance from his freestyle. Very efficient, like he could keep going all day. But here we go, it's a real battle now.
Oh my goodness, under the flags here, Harrison Main with the momentum on his side. He is going to take that one out. Last lap special, 1:57.60 ahead of Jacob Richards.
That was a great race.
1:57.83, wow. Skills, skills, skills.
Absolutely, short course. Yep, that's how the Americans do it. They swim yards, and you can't beat, it's the 5th stroke, as I've said before, and you should give a lot of your training time, or quite a bit of it, to your skill work.
And congratulations to Archer Marsland, who finished in that bronze medal position there.
Alrighty, here we are, event 81. The girls 1700 metres breaststroke. Only one person missing from the programme.
Onto the wall first there was Macy in lane 5. Warrnambool Swimming Club, one of our 17-year-olds in this event. Once again, I've sort of said it across the weekend, Warrnambool doing really well off the starts, great underwaters. They tend to be out in front in the lead, always on that first 25.
Yes, got great leg kick, Macy. Kane there, keeping her stroke very narrow at the front and letting her legs do what they do best. But it's pretty close between the next 3. I think that was just lane 3, Holly Hembrow there from the Bendigo East Swimming Club.
Yeah, Holly doing a really good job of those underwaters. She was staying under quite a bit longer than the girls in Laura and Isabella on the far side of the pool. But no one is going to catch up to Macy. She got that early lead and extended it throughout this race. She'll touch in a 1:23.48. Holly finishes in second, 1:27.10, and Isabella 1:27.88 for third.
Full house here in timed final number 2 of 3. Looking great, the Geelong girls racing each other. Ellie Morgan and Sarah Proverley in lanes 4 and 5. Also Sophie Gilbert in 6.
Yeah, Isla Ho in lane 2. She's looking really good. What a fantastic day she has had. She's been in a lot of these middle heats or earlier heats, not that fastest heat, but she's still managed to do some incredible drops in time and pick up a few medals. We do know that any of these time finals can end up on the podium. She's still out in front of Sarah Provoli in lane 5 with Ali Morgan holding in there for the 3rd place spot as the girls turn for their final 25.
Yeah, Isla's had some great big PBs today. And it looks like she is going to take this out.
And this time's going to be pretty quick as well, 1:15.72.
6-second PB. 5 seconds.
Big.
Big, yeah. You know, that's the 3rd of the 25 metres. You know, when you think about it in that distance, to think that you're that much better the next time you swim.
Very solid effort.
Well, I say think I'm using the sort of royal we. I don't mean me, not anymore.
Time to party now. It's heat 3, our final heat of event 81. The girls 16, 17 years, 100-metre breaststroke. We look like we could have an incredible race on our hands here. Not a lot separating the top 4 athletes on paper. Going through in that first place spot, though, onto the 25-metre mark was Zoe Schneider in lane 3. She's just ahead of Ava Candy with Rani Matheson sitting in 3rd.
This is a great field. 112s are such a competitive time, I would say, even nationally and especially statewide. You get nearer that 110, people that get under that is very, very few. And these girls are going great guns at the moment.
Yeah, Zoe there turned in a 33, so she was out really quickly. Rani made up a lot of that distance on the underwater. She closed that gap a little bit, but Zoe just took off in the swim, and we look to this final 25. The race is closing, but Zoe just holding on now as she comes down under the flags. It's all going to be timing into the wall here. Looks like Zoe is going to get it. She's led from start to finish, 1:12.72. Rani 1:13.09. And Ava finished off in 3rd there. What a fantastic race for the back end of the afternoon here at session 4. And that was an exciting race.
Certainly was.
Straight into event 82 now. It's the boys 16, 17 years, 100-metre breaststroke. And if we hadn't seen Lockie Ballion competing in enough events, one of our multi-class athletes, he's even having a crack in these able-bod races. What an incredible athlete he has been across the weekend.
He certainly has. His sister also, a good breaststroke swimmer. She's from Traralgon.
As we come down to that 50-metre turn, it is Kai Maloney from Warrnambool out in front. He turns in a 34.79, setting himself up beautifully for a big drop in time. Entry there, 1:19.04.
Yeah, he's going to smash this. Both boys looking really good. Lockie, he just goes and goes, doesn't he? He is so fit. Like, to keep that stroke rate up and to swim the amount of events he swims, I've got to say hats off to him.
I think it must be just exhausting for him to keep the smile on his face. I don't think I've seen him once across the weekend without a smile. As Kai Maloney finishes off there in a 1:15.03. Nice drop in time. Lockie Ballion 1:18.64. Also a personal best for Lockie. Great work, boys, out of Heat 1. And we move on to Heat 2 of 4.
Here we go, time final number 2. Sebastian Majetic there from the Lara Swimming Club near Geelong. Taking it out really well. But it's pretty close, You've got to say the swimmer from Warrnambool, Alexander Bell, looks very good too. They look like they're front-ending their hundreds, which means taking it out as fast as you possibly can, and then, you know, trying to see what the second 50 brings, because they probably feel like they're very able and fit to be able to do that.
Sebastian here extended that lead down the third 25, and he's certainly the one to chase as we come on to our final lap. Just 10 metres left for Sebastian. He was out in the 33. It's going to be a great time. 1:12.12. A little 4-second personal best for him. Be Jara, who finishes in second, and Alexander in third. Away we go now into Heat 3. Once again, another full house. Great to see all our athletes having a crack at this 100 metres breaststroke. Not a lot separating them on that first turn. I think in the breaststroke, as we start to fatigue, we really see that field split in the second half of this race. In particular, if you've got that good momentum leading into the final lap, you can almost look like you're surging ahead. Onto that turn there will be Edward O'Connor in first, the swimmer from Albury, ahead of Charles Gleeson, Warrnambool.
Yeah, it takes a lot of power, the 100 breaststroke, and therefore if they have had a lot of races, the muscle fibres will be tired and you don't quite get the power that you need from that stroke, and they do start to fatigue quite quickly.
Well, I would have thought maybe that was happening with Brodie Cargill, but you can't really stop this guy. He is pushing his way through. He's nearly going to take out this heat after turning almost seconds behind. There was nothing on the wall there. Edward O'Connor, 1:11.06. Charles Gleeson, 1:11.16. And Brodie, 1:11.26.
Wow.
It was a great last lap from him. Not quite enough to beat Edward O'Connor, who was away so fast in that first 50.
We've seen a lot of Tom Urquhart this week. And he looks like he's taking it out, but lane 5, Luke Gallagher, looks like he's going with him, but it's pretty much a blanket. Great underwater there from Tom.
On paper, Tom is our fastest entrant, swimming out 1:05.86 is his entry. Luke a 1:06.70, but we've seen him do some big drops in time in some sneaky outside lanes as well across the weekend. And there's a few other boys in this event who have had stellar performances as well. Zachary Shearer in lane 6, he's done some big PBs, and he's sitting in that third medal spot right now.
But it's never say die. That was a great breakout from Luke Gallagher.
Under the flags here. Big stretch onto the wall from Tom. 106.98. He will take that one. 107.22 for Luke. And then it was William Upston from Warragul. Really good second 50 there to push his way into that third place spot. 108.28.
Okay, kicking off event 83, the girls 18 and over 100 metre freestyle here. They do just have the 4 athletes in the water. In lane 6, we're seeing our birthday girl back again in the pool and racing.
Yes, Solani obviously loves her racing on her birthday. Being with her friends, can't think of a better day, really.
So there's not much in these girls here, and there's not much in their entry times. Lane 4 and lane 5, both entering with a 104 here. It does look like lane 6, our birthday girl, is going to take it out with a 102.03, closely followed by Lucy with a 103.77.
4-second PB on your birthday. Can't ask better than that.
Great birthday present.
Yes, to yourself.
delayed there for our start, but we do have Heat 2 of 2 in the pool with us now of event 83, the girls 18 and over 100 metre freestyle. Now it will be our lane 2 swimmer here. Knows having a fantastic start to her race.
She certainly is. She's really going for it there. Although her cap says Geelong, that's not what our programme says. Yeah, so Nicole Briscoe is in lane 2 instead of lane 4, and she takes that out with a 59.54, getting under that 60 quite convincingly.
Okay, kicking off event 84, our boys 100 metre freestyle. Now just the 2-timed finals in this one as well. So just watch the girls. We'll see what the boys can come up with here. Again, a great start there from our Geelong swimmer.
Yeah, I think these have been reseeded, so that must be Thomas Smith. From Geelong.
So I think here we've had to reseed a few of our heats because our block in lane 4 isn't working. So it will be our Geelong swimmer that touches in lane 2. So it looks like we're just going to have to wait patiently for a moment whilst they put our lane 4 block in, our replacement.
So I scratched Ash Nichols off my programme, but no, here he is in lane 4.
So our heat 2 of 2 underway. So our fastest qualifiers are now in the pool. Looks like our middle lanes are having a fantastic start to this race. There really is nothing in it coming down to the flags. But it looks like lane 5 will get their feet on the wall that little bit quicker with a 24.99.
Ash Nichols, 6 years, the junior of Sebastian Christie Crane, 18, and Sebastian at 24. So very much the youngster trying to keep up with.
Yeah, absolutely. These boys again going head-to-head, stroke for stroke. But it will be Ashley Nichols that takes it out with a 51.26. Sebastian with a 51.69. And then Darcy with a 53. So we kick off event 85. The girls 11 and under 100-metre freestyle. So a little bit of a different pack here. We've got 5 timed finals in this event. So instead of just the 2, we've got some more competition here.
That's great. What a great turn there from lane 3. Emily Chandler from the Wangaratta Amateur Swimming Club.
Yeah, so Emily went out nice and strong there and maintained her lead for that second 25. And at this 50-metre mark, she will touch in first with a 37.66.
That's a great 50-metre turn on the 37. We're on a 1:23 PB entry time.
And she's only just leading this race that little bit more now. Hopefully she can hold on to it for this last 25.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the race for second. But I think at the moment, lane 5, Billy Adlam, Bendigo East, she's only 10 years old, is looking like she might come through.
And will be lane 3, Emily, that touches in first with a 1:19.62. Closely followed by our lane 5 swimmer with a 1:22. And our second heat of the girls 11 and under 100-metre freestyle is underway. It's pretty even across this field in this first 25. Looks like our Geelong swimmer is going to get to the wall that little bit quicker.
Yeah, she certainly has. Lovely technical stroke, keeping her technique really well.
It is stroke for stroke down this first 50. But it looks like our Geelong swimmer will touch in first, maintaining that lead.
Lovely turns. Over lane 7, Willow Orchard. Only 9 years old in this, so she's got 2 more years in this age group, so one to look out for. Willow's from Traralgon. But it's close, coming down to this last 10 metres.
And just coming under the flags now, it looks like it will be Nelly that takes out heat 2 with a 1:15.79.
What a great personal best, 6 seconds.
Heat 3 and 5 away and racing. Now we did just watch our lane 3 swimmer, Charlotte, stay underwater. She opted for that fast, good underwater there. But it looks like the middle of the pool will be leading us for this first 50.
Yes, lane 4, Isabella Scullion from the Ballarat Gold Swimming Club really has gone for it out this first 50. But up in lane 6 we have Imogen Wilkins.
We've got our 2 Warragul swimmers, May and Zara, in lane 1 and lane 2. So talking about them pushing each other through this race.
Still maintains such a wonderful underwater there. Isabella doing a great job. I think she's going to come in, Isabella Scullion, for this, but the other girls are coming in nice and strong in lane 6 and 7. Mia gets second, 15.69, a 14.72 for Isabella Scullion to take that heat out. It's another PB of 5 seconds.
So our second fastest heat, our heat 4 in the pool. And it's pretty even across this field, turning in this first 25. Now it looks like our lane 3, 2 and 1 are going to go head to head here. But it looks like our lane 1 swimmer is going to touch in first, leading our first 50. So we have seen Darby Hunter racing quite a lot over this weekend.
Yeah, lane 6, Layla Proctor just coming up there now from the Warragul Swimming Club. She's got a lovely stroke technique. Nice feel for the water at the front of her stroke.
Yeah, Layla's really taken this second 50, and she will lead us into that finish with a 1:12.44. Our 5th and final heat are racing. Now our fastest qualifier here with a 1:06.28. She is also the youngest in this final heat at just 10 years old.
Yeah, Georgie Kennett there, lane 4, one to look out for. And we've also got Sophie Lee, who swims so very, very well here at these country championships. She's in lane 3.
Yeah, so Sophie there will take out that first 50 with a 31.21. But Georgie is chasing her. Now Sophie Lee has had some fantastic races. I was chatting to the Kangaroo Flat Club president earlier today. They were talking about how incredible Sophie has been.
But wow, Georgie Kennett has just stormed down this second 25.
And she will take it. Georgie touching with a 1:04.49. We switch our focus now to event 86, the boys 11 and under 100 metre freestyle. Now that was an absolutely fantastic underwater there from lane 2, opting to stay under the water for that entire 15 metres.
Yeah, lane 6 doing very well. Eric Zhu from the Shepperton Swimming Club. He's just stretching out there now. And then lane 5 we have Benjamin Edgar from the Traralgon Swimming Club, and then William Lynch in lane 4 from Ballarat Gold.
Looks like our lane 7 swimmer, our lane 6 swimmer has really taken that lead. It'll be hard to catch him.
Yeah, you can see he's breathing, one goggle in, one goggle out. He's not turning his head round too much. That's an excellent way, getting your head back into that middle position.
Does touch there, leading. Eric leading with a 1:18.37, closely followed by Benji with a 1:28.5, and then Will with a 1:23.40. This is heat 2 of 6 in the water.
Local boy Alexander Lee, only 9 years old, in lane 6.
Does look like our outside lane, lane 8, is having a fantastic start to this race. Just missing out on that underwater though.
Very, very close in those middle lanes and on the outside. So in lane 8, we've got Oliver Verco. He's from Traralgon. So he'll be able to look across and see everyone. I don't know if everyone can see him, though. And they are just pulling away, as well as lane 2, Sonny Gorham from the Wodonga City Swimming Club, 10 years old. Sonny has brought those legs in from Wodonga, and he has just blasted off that last turn. Look at him go.
About a great second 50 there. He will touch in first with a 1:15.62, followed by Henry in lane 1 with a 1:18.53. Heat 3 underway. And again, our outside lanes having a fantastic start here. Lane 8. Does look like our lane 2 swimmer is up and away that little bit quicker.
Yeah, that's Mitchell Packer out there in lane 8 from South Gippsland Bass. But in lane 5, we've got Matthew Reinitz from the Ballarat Swimming Club.
Will be lane 1.
Yeah, lane 1 turns second in a 36.51. That's Oliver Young. He's from Geelong, only 10 years old. So the 10-year-olds are bringing it to the 11-year-olds here, but looks definitely like lane 5, Matthew Reinitz from the Ballarat Swimming Club. Looks to have a pretty commanding lead, and he's really stretching out. got that outboard motor going of his legs. Very good leg kick there. Well done, Matthew. 1:14, 1:7. That's a good 6-second PB. It's great to get under that 1:20.
Heat 4 of 6. Away and racing. Now it really is anyone's race in this first 25. It does look like our lane 3 swimmer, the better of starts there.
Yeah, these 100-metre events can certainly be so close as the boys come down to turn. Not a lot separating lanes 1 or 3. It will be Eli just 12 100ths of a second faster at that 50-metre turn ahead of Jude in lane 1.
These boys are still going head-to-head here. Will be stroke for stroke down this last 25 of their 100-metre freestyle.
Off the wall, it looked like Eli was out in front, but a last little effort from Jude. It's all about timing that finish onto the wall, and Jude gets there from the Ballarat Swimming Club in a 1:15.35 ahead of Eli Pollard from Surf Coast Swimming Club.
Heat 5 in the pool with us now. So we're at the end of our event, so the last 2 heats. We do just have one 10-year-old in this heat here, Henry May.
Yeah, this is the last event on the program for our 11 and unders, our fresh faces into country swimming. This is a short course event. Turning at that 50-metre mark, out in front is Car Tran, 33.79. He's just ahead of Henry in lane 2 at a 34.50 as we travel down this third lap.
There really is not much in it going into this last 25. He maintains his lead, but can he for this last 25? Looks like our swimmer in lane 2 has picked up that stroke rate, started to incorporate those legs that little bit more.
Henry May trying to storm home here. Carr saw him at the last second and just put those afterburners on. He's going to take out that 5th heat. 1:10.57. It was Henry Arnott from Traralgon who touched in second, followed by Henry May in third. Which brings us now to our final heat of 6-time finals. It's the 11 and under 100-metre freestyle. Some incredible up-and-coming talent within this heat. Full heat of 11-year-olds coming into that first turn. It will be Henry who turns in first.
These middle lanes having a great first 50 here. It will be stroke for stroke between these 3 boys. looks like it will be our lane 6 swimmer, Luca, with a 32.15.
Yeah, Lucas went there from the Warragul Swimming Club heel turn in first, and he started to really pull away down this third 25. The boys are going to have to fight back in this last lap if they want to beat him onto that first place spot on the podium.
This is a great final heat here. These boys giving it everything that they have in this last 25, and it looks like it will be our Warragul swimmer, Lucas, for the 105.65, closely followed by Henry with a 106.16.
Stepping it up now, moving away from our 100-metre freestyles. In the water event 87, the girls 12-13 years, 200-metre freestyle. What a weekend. We've seen these 12-13-year-olds put on plenty of impressive performances. I'm sure this event will be no exception. Some close entry times in that 7th heat of our timed finals today. But leading us around in Heat 1 will be the swimmer in Lane 5, Indy Joyner from the Warragul Swimming Club. Maybe a little bit of a motivational swim after watching her teammate take out the boys in 11 and under 100 free.
Absolutely. She's had a great start to this race, really using those underwaters there, showcasing her skills.
Behind Indy, we look to those outside lanes as we've got Amelie Prince from East Gippsland Water Dragons really almost right up on her hip as they come into the 100-metre turn. So halfway through this 200, Indy Joyner leads ahead of Amelie, and it will be Macy in lane 6 who sits in third place spot.
And we do have 7 heats of our 200-metre freestyle. So this is obviously a popular event for our girls.
Certainly a tough way to finish off your weekend. They'll be very pleased once they get to the end of this race. With just 50 metres left to swim, we do have a change in leader with Amelie Prince taking over in that third 50, just ahead of Indy Joyner. There's only 6 100 separating the two girls out in front, and a little bit of a gap to the rest of the field. Under the flags now, and Amelie really took off in the second half of this race. She'll touch the wall in a 2:26.37 ahead of Indy Joyner, 2:27.43, and it will be Jessica Teufel in lane 4 who finishes off in third there, 2:33.85 for Jess.
And away we go with heat 2 of 7 of event 87. Now pretty even across the field here.
Yeah, not a lot separating the girls early on. I am seeing some good skills on display, particularly from lane 2, Ella Featherston. She gets some nice depth on her underwaters. Probably stays under the longest of all the girls in this event.
looks like it is our lane 6 swimmer. Will get her feet on the wall just that little bit quicker than lane 5.
Yeah, nice little head-to-head we're seeing out in those lanes 5 and 6 here between Isabel Day and Lucy Beavis. The two girls from Wangaratta, one from Stingrays, the other from Wangaratta Swimming Club. As they breathe towards each other, we've just made it up to the halfway point. They've let us through.
Looks like our lane 6 swimmer is just getting onto those walls that little bit quicker. And she maintained that down this last 25.
As they come into turn with 50 metres left to swim, it is still Isabel leading us around. 1:51.05 ahead of Lucy, 1:52.18. Down in that lane 1 position, Indiana Stonehouse. She's moved her way up into third. And a great final 2 laps there from Isabel Day. She absolutely took off with this race. 2:28.58. She's going to get her hand on the wall in front. Indiana finishes in second. She stormed home as well. And it will be Lucy who finished off in third.
Was a great start there from our outside lanes, in particular our lane 1 and lane 2 swimmers.
Yeah, and once again, these are some athletes that we've seen across the weekend maintaining that momentum, lots of personal bests. Alvie Evans-Barr down in lane 1 of the Wangaratta Stingrays. She is putting this out very quickly in the first 50. Hopefully she's got the legs to hang on down the second 100. Turning in second was our swimmer out of lane 5, Violet Smith of Geelong. She's one of our 12-year-olds in this event. Remember, we do have a combined age here of 12-13s. So she'll be looking forward to having another year in this age group as well.
Lane 1, they're just strengthening her lead each 25.
She's got that advantage coming back towards the finish that she gets to breathe across the pool, so she'll be able to see where those other girls are as she turns at the halfway point. Alvie Evans-Barr, 1:10.86. A little bit of a change in lead from the other side of the pool. There's 3 girls all in a perfectly straight line almost as we go across. Estelle starting to push her way up. Matilda DeFazio also in the mix of those second pack group, but it is still Alvie who is your leader.
Going underneath the flags now. There's nothing in it, but it looks like Alvie will lead us with a 1:51.61.
Only 2 100ths now separating those top 2 girls as we fly home down this final 50. Let's see what times we can get on the board. Entry times of 2:34 for pretty much every athlete in this field. It is very close between our leaders, but the momentum seems to be on the side of Estelle Carslake from Ballarat GCO. She is motoring home with 5 metres left to swim, as is Matilda over in lane 7. They're going to go 1-2 here. and Alvi will hold on for that third spot.
Heat 4 of event 87 here. These girls looking nice and smooth for that first 25.
Third place from Gisborne Crackler, Samuel Russell. In second place from Carrollton Swimming Club, Henrietta. And our winner in a time of 105.65 from Warren.
I'm enjoying that the girls are making this freestyle almost look easy. That efficient stroke we've got going on is really beneficial, and hopefully they'll be able to build through these 50s. Leading us around in lane 5 was Grace Cofield. She was out nicely. She had a good underwater where she really brought in the legs on that breakout, something I enjoy seeing from our younger athletes.
A Warrnambool swimmer in lane 2, opting to stay under the water that little bit longer, helping her close that gap. And it looks like Grace will maintain that lead with a 109.84.
Yeah, certainly not a lot separating those girls in the front there. Ruby Kenwright of the Warrnambool Swim Club is now right up alongside Grace Cofield, and a nice little swim out in lane 8 from Hannah Ragg, another Warrnambool athlete. She's not too far off, currently sitting in that third spot.
It looks like we will have a change of leader here. Ruby will lead us. Grace is holding on though, not letting her get away with that first position too easy.
Yeah, I definitely think we're going to have a pretty solid race to the finish here. Ruby still just in front of Grace, and Hannah sitting in third. And a little move up from Lacey in lane 4, but it's not going to be enough to catch those lead girls.
And it looks like it will be our lane 2 swimmer, Ruby, who finishes with a 2:23.69, closely followed by Grace with a 2:23.73.
Great. Stepping it up now, we move along to our timed final number 5 of event 87, the girls 12-13 years, 200-metre freestyle. We have 2 more heats to go after this one, but getting away very well early on. Sophia Graham of Wodonga City, she's out in lane 7. She's going to lead us around at the 25-metre mark in front of Neve Harrison and Millie Leah in lane 4.
And coming underneath the flags now. There's nothing in it with these 2 girls. Looks like it will be Neve that leads us into this next 50.
Yeah, those 2 girls out in front, they were almost synchronized in their technique and their strokes earlier on. They're both breathing to the left and have similar styles on that recovery. As we go into the turn, it's almost a game of cat and mouse with Sophia. She's just taken over that lead again. We'll see if Neve can kind of keep with her and stick in this game as they come up to the 100-metre turn.
Looks like it will be Sophia that leads with a 108.37. Neve closely following behind. Sophia really starting to pull away from those girls.
Still a tight little swim there between Millie Leia and Sasha Rava, the girls from Geelong, both around that third place spot. As we come into the final 50, Sophia Graham will turn in first, 146.46. Neve Harrison just behind, 148.18. And Sasha moves her way into third, 150.54.
Turning for our last 25 is Sophia.
Sophia Graham out in lane 7. She put in the work and the hard yards early to try and get that lead. Neve Harrison fighting back. It's not going to be enough as we come down under the flags. Heat 5 will go to Sophia Graham. A time of 2:24.89. Neve 2:26.46. And then Sasha 2:29.03.
Heat 6 of 7 underway. So we are approaching the end of event 87 with our last 2 heats here. So these girls are our fastest seeded girls swimming. And what a fantastic start from our lane 2 swimmer there, Claire Baker.
Claire, another athlete who's had a ripper of a country short course here. Kira Delaney in lane 4, not too far behind at the 50-metre turn. And it will be Miller said in lane 3 who turns in third. But we know that this race can change at any moment. The girls out in the lead, they're trying to extend through this middle 100 and see what they can do if they can get a little bit of a gap on the rest of the field.
Oh, it looks like coming underneath the flags now. Lane 4 is going to lead us into the next 50. I'm really loving her streamlines of every wall.
Yeah, Kira Delaney there from the Albury Swim Club, one of our visiting athletes here. This third 50, this is what it's all about in a 200, and she's really put her foot down here. Also doing very well on this third 50. Over in lane 1 has been Miley Bird. She snuck her way up almost into that second place position ahead of Claire Baker and Miller Said. And she's really motoring with 50 metres left to swim for the girls. She's going to turn in second behind Kira Delaney.
She's only strengthening that lead there.
It is our final 10 metres. Kira Delaney, she put in the hard yards. She's going to come away with the win here. Miley Bird out in lane 1. She's dropped a huge amount of time to finish in second. And it will be Miller Said who finishes off in third there. Here we go, timed final number 7 of 7. It's our speedy 12, 13-year-olds in their 200-metre freestyle. And, I mean, it's a wall of water here. Try and separate these girls early on. Audrey Bailey down in lane 1. She had a lot of early speed, but we're just starting to see Raina Snyders and Astrid Buchanan push their way up into that first and second spot at the 50-metre turn.
Really is a battle here between our middle three lanes. You have got our two teammates from Geelong here out in those top three girls. Does look like it's going to be lane 6 that leads us into the next 50, but her teammate closely following in lane 4.
Yeah, Raina out quick, 104.06 ahead of Lee Wen, with Astrid Buchanan sitting in third. Maggie Fisher trying to make a little bit of a gear shift here. You can just see that increase in kick speed and increase in stroke rate. With 50 metres left to swim for the girls, though, that's Geelong 1-2, and I don't think Raina Snyders is going to be able to be caught here.
Now, what a weekend these Geelong swimmers have had. And Raina has just strengthened that lead.
She's on that home straight now. She's taken a leaf out of her sister's book. Zali Snyder's incredible national level 200-metre freestyler. And Raina says, see you later, I want to be better. She's going to take out the win here. 12-13, you girls. 2:11.08. Teammate Lee Wen Yu finished in second, 2:15.08. And Maggie Fisher, 2:16.99 for third. Big smiles from all the girls there.
We start event 88, the boys 12 and 13, 200-metre freestyle. So we did just watch the girls bring it home in their 200-metre freestyle. So it's exciting to be able to watch these boys now. Now we do have 5 timed finals in this event. So just the 3 boys in the pool with us in this first heat. It is pretty close in this first 50 between lane 5 and lane 4.
Yeah, their entry times both sitting at that 2:34 mark, so good to see them being really competitive and able to push one another throughout this 200. It is still Zayden in lane 5, out in front. Zayden Vine of the Sale Swimming Club. Darby Blackwell about half a body length behind during that 50. As they turn at the halfway mark, time to bring in the legs, boys.
And I reckon Darby heard you, because that's exactly what he just did. He's making his move as we speak to take over that leadership position.
Yeah, he's certainly done a fantastic job to close that gap. It's very, very close. I think Zayden saw him coming on the wall there, and he started to push himself a little bit more too. They're breathing towards each other, and the fight is well and truly underway here as the boys turn now with 50 metres left to swim.
It looks like it might be stroke for stroke down this last 50.
Yeah, Haikang Carr from Warragul Swimming Club. He's absolutely motoring home here. He's saved all his energy for these last 2 laps, and he's really, really powering down. May have just taken over that lead from the boys in 4 and 5. It's going to be a race all the way to the finish line here.
Going under the flags now. There's nothing in it, and it looks like it will be our Warragul swimmer touching with a 2:39.2. closely followed by Zayden with a 2:31. Eight, 2 of 5 in the pool and racing. Now these middle lanes are having a fantastic start to their race with that first 25.
Yeah, now these boys, 2:31s, once again, they'll be looking to try and go sub 2:30. Always nice when you get to see your time as a 2:29. The great thing about these athletes in swimming is we're consistently seeing them set goals and try and break those little time barriers. There's always something that they're looking for, whether it be a sub-minute 100, sub 2:30, 200, all these little things they can tick off in their progression, particularly in these younger years.
Starting to come underneath the flags is our lane 5 swimmer Bailey, and he will lead us into this next 50 with a 109.86. Closely following him is Noah.
Bailey had a really nice fourth 25 there. They were quite close coming into that lap, and he started to just pull away. He's trying to shift gears up, and a good way of approaching this event, if you are one of our younger athletes, is to try and build on each 50. As you fatigue, those times will most likely start getting slower, but if you can put that little bit extra effort in, you can maybe hope to be more consistent across each of those 50-meter splits.
He maintains that lead.
Just hearing some coaches on the side starting to cheer their athletes home. Lockie Grimes of South Gippsland Bass is trying very hard to catch up to Bailey Stone.
There is really nothing in it now.
Gosh, he's made up a lot of ground on this last 50, but I don't quite think he's going to have enough to take the win there. It will go Bailey Stone's way. 2:26.78. Lockie 2:27. And it was Jack down in lane 2, the fellow Bendigo Hawks athlete who finished off in third there.
Heat 3 underway now of 5.
A little bit of momentum going the way of the Bendigo Hawks swimmers here. Just saw two of their boys do some nice personal bests as we come into turn at that 50-metre point, and it will be Oliver Anderson leading us around 30.89. He's out quickly ahead of Ty Loughran from Warrnambool.
What a significant lead to start off this race for him. But it is lane 7 slowly creeping up on our lane 2 Samar.
Halfway point, Oliver Anderson, still our leader. A lot of these other boys just starting to shift gears, trying to catch up. Still 3 laps left to swim for our leader. It's going to be a big ask, though. Oliver turning for that final 50 now. He's got a very solid 4-second gap between himself and the other boys in the field, but the field is closing.
And I think it's going to be hard for anyone to catch Oliver Anderson in this last 25. We come underneath the flags now. With a huge lead, he will finish with a 2:17.47.
An 11-second personal best there for Oliver. Ty finishes off in second. And we'll get ready to move into our 4th of 5 heats.
Heat 4 of 5. Racing in the pool with us now. And what a great start there from our outside lanes, in particular our lane 1 swimmer, Billy Main. We have seen him swim quite a few races back-to-back this afternoon. So can he back it up with an awesome 200-metre freestyle? It looks like he might be able to. He will lead us into the second 50 here with a 29.86, so a sub-30 time for that first 50.
Billy is certainly setting himself up with the best possible chance of doing a nice personal best swim here. We are looking for some point scores to get on the board. You want to be in that top 8 athletes. We also know time finals mean if he posts a fast time, he could be in the medals. He's certainly taken out this first 100 very quickly. And he will turn out in front at a 1:03.79. Sitting in second is Sheng Hao from Geelong. He's 4 seconds behind here. So we'll see what the boys from Geelong in the centre of the pool can do. They'll probably be working together a little bit, the training partners there. We have seen them lift in this third 50, but, I mean, 4 seconds is a big gap to make up.
And we do have quite a few Geelong swimmers in this heat here. So lots of teammates racing each other. We love to see that. We've seen that quite a lot over this weekend. Teammates really push each other. But it does look like Billy Main has got that significant lead. It's going to be hard to close that gap.
So Billy Main turns down that final 25 here out in front. Some nice work done in lane 2 by William from Geelong. It's a race of 3 for the second place spot from those blue caps, but this swim belongs to Billy Main, 2:16.75. It will be Zihao Wang who gets his hand on the wall for second place. But boy, that was a tight finish between a stack of swimmers there. Not a lot separating second, third and fourth, all the way through to fifth there. Here we go now. It's heat 5, the last of our time finals for the boys, 12-13 years, 200-metre freestyle. We saw a great swim come out of lane 1 in that previous heat, and turning in first out in lane 7 was Cooper Scott. He was away very swiftly off the blocks.
Yeah, so Jack Hayes here having our fastest qualifying time with a 2:07. Does look like these middle lanes, there is nothing in it. Archie Smith will lead us into the next 50.
Archie, brilliant weekend he's had. He's looking the goods here early on. Jack Hayes, a bit of work to be done if he wants to catch up. Those turns being showcased, you can see the difference in the underwaters, and a lot of that is really playing a part in this lead that Archie has over Jack.
And both those boys turning there in just over that minute mark. Looks like Archie is just pulling away from the rest of our heat here. But I don't think Jack will let that slide.
Yeah, Jack's doing absolutely everything in his power to try and keep with Archie Smith. Those two are going to turn pretty similarly onto the wall. In fact, I think Jack might have just overtaken for the lead. That fight for that third place spot certainly underway as well. Cooper Scott out in lane 7, still looking good, just ahead of Joseph McKinney in lane 3. But the battle is really between these golden lanes in the centre.
It's going to be stroke for stroke down this last 10 metres. There is nothing in it. But it looks like it will be Archie. It touches in a 2:04.30, closely followed by Jack.
Just 2 100ths separating this 200 freestyle. Well done, boys. What a race. Well, that was certainly an exhilarating way for the boys, 12, 13-year-olds, to finish up this afternoon. We move along in our program to event 89. It's the 14, 15-year-old girls 100-metre breaststroke, and we have 6-time finals in this event today.
So we've spoken a lot about our skills, so our underwaters being our fastest part of our breaststroke. So these girls are going to have to really utilise their underwater here, save some energy.
So coming into turn at that halfway point down in lane 1, Anna, 41.24, but not a lot separating those top two.
Really liking here Evelyn in lane 6. She's using that glide in her 100 metres.
We come down under the flags now, and Kirsten McLennan from Wodonga is going to get her hands on the wall in first out of heat 1, 126.96. Second will go to Annabelle Myers of Ballarat Gold down in lane 1, 129. So a nice little sub 130 for her, good feeling and a nice way to finish your day. Away we go here with heat 2 in the water. Most of these girls got up and racing pretty fast there. Not one person really staying under for any extraordinary length of time, but out quickly in lane 3 is Zoe Benson, that green cap there from Warrnambool Swimming Club. She's got that nice high stroke rate for this 100-metre breaststroke. We do know 100 is one of those sprint races, so we want to be seeing that full extension like Tegan just spoke about, being able to utilise that, but get straight onto the next stroke as soon as you hit that point.
Using her split stroke there. What a fantastic underwater, and it's helped her edge up that little bit more. she does lead us down to this last 25. What a fantastic race it is for second, though.
Yeah, Zoe, she's led from start to end, but we're seeing a quick finish here from lane 7, Sienna Hunt. Looks like she might be just about to get her hands on the wall in front of our swimmer in lane 4. Bianca Cropley will finish off in third.
And we kick off heat 3 of 6, so halfway to the finish of this event.
Yeah, I'm enjoying looking at some of the athletes racing in this particular heat. We've got quite a few well-known names in the field, but certainly I wouldn't say well-known for their breaststroke. So obviously, being the last event on the program, we'll have a few athletes just swimming it for a little bit of fun, a good way to finish with an event you might not race very often. And leading us through is lane 2, Zara Reynolds from the Bendigo East Swimming Club, more known for her backstroke and freestyle. But here she is having a really good effort and attempt of this breaststroke event.
I'm really loving watching Zara use that glide in her breaststroke, really extending every stroke that she takes.
As we turn at the 75-metre point, she's going to lead us around in front of Maya Roberts from the South Gippsland Bass, and another one of those swimmers who we've seen up on that podium quite a few times throughout the last 2 days of competition. So come into the finish, though, it will be Zara taking this one out in a 1:21.27. Nice personal best ahead of Maya. And then it was Pippa Barr from Warrnambool who finished off in third. The girls away now in heat 4, 4 of 6. Quick start in that purple cap down in lane 3. Taylor Matheson. Nice underwaters from her.
What a great first 50 there from Taya. She will touch him first with a 38.17.
Yeah, it was Morgan Westbrook in lane 5 from the Bendigo Hawks who turned in that second place spot. Taya going to be a hard one to catch, though. She has lifted that rate, sitting very high up in the water, so she's able to not have too much drag here as we turn into that final 25.
It looks like Taya has worked hard from start to finish here. She will lead us and touch the wall in first. The 1:22.30, closely followed by Morgan with a 1:23.3.
Into the water now, and we have heat 5 of 6. We're starting to see a little bit more speed on these times in entry. A couple of these girls hovering around that 120 mark, so we'll see if we can get any 119s to finish off our afternoon.
It's pretty even across this first 50 here. But edging forward as we come to the 50-metre mark is our lane 2 Samar. Now lane 7 Samar will be lane 7 lane 6 Isabel that touches in first, and she will lead us into this second 50.
Yeah, not a lot on those turns. We did see Ingrid Bredig look like she was out in front of Isabel Croato, and those two almost stroke for stroke as they turn for that final 25. We've almost moved into little pairings throughout this race. You've got 6 and 7, 2 and 3, and then 4 and 5 trying to fight it out down this final lap.
Coming under the flags now. It looks like it will be lane 6, Isabella, that touches in first with a 1:21.85. Our 6th and final heat underway.
This might be the race to watch here. I don't think there's going to be a lot separating our leaders in this 100-metre breaststroke for girls 14, 15 years. Taryn Aldred out quickly in that first 25. Starting to see Bella Johnson push her way up. And then Miller Abley in that lane 5 spot, also in the mix. Not a lot separating those girls. 2 100ths between lanes 4 and 5 at the halfway mark.
We've got our 2 Geelong girls. Again, teammates pushing each other in this 100-metre. Looks like Geelong will lead us into this last 25. But our Bendigo East swimmer closely following.
Yeah, Miller really fighting her way back in the swim part. Bella just absolutely doing so much better on those turns, so a little bit of room for improvement, but it is going to be stroke for stroke onto the finish. It might have gone Miller. She gets it, 7 100ths, fought back down that final 25. She'll take the win from lane 5. I thought it was going to be close. That was great racing from the girls there. 1:17.10 Miller Abley, 1:17.17 Arabella Johnson, and Taryn Aldred finishes off with that third 1:18.25. Event 90 hits the water now, and we are so close to the finish of our competition across these 2 days of racing here at the Guru Wanyara Wellbeing Centre in Bendigo for our 2025 UNCLOUD Victorian Country Short Course Championships. And what a meet we have had. Incredible racing across these 4 sessions. We've seen records fall all over the place. We've had some fast swims, some big personal bests, and some impressive performances from our country athletes. Here in event 90, we're looking at our 14 years and 15 years 100-metre breaststroke for our boys, and we've got 5 timed finals to go through.
It looks like here our lane 3 swimmer had the better of starts there. But lane 4 is just that bit quicker on top of the water. He will touch in first there. Finn with a 122.91, closely followed by Jamie with a 123.35.
Here we go now with heat 2 of 5. Pretty even on that far side of the pool. Lanes 6, 7 and 8. They are taking out this first 25.
It's really anyone's race here. Lane 8, lane 7 and lane 6. There is nothing in it. It will be lane 8 that leads us into this second 50.
Almost looked like a scene from Artistic Swimming on the wall there. 8, 7, 6, 5. Might just see a little bit of a shift up from Harry in lane 6. Looks to have taken over that lead here on the third 25. And a good underwater from him. Cooper in lane 5. He's come up alongside Harry, so they're going to be trying to finish this race well. Matthew Gilbert in lane 7. Also in with a chance. But it will be Harry Chandler of Wangaratta. 118.97.
It is heat 3 in the water with us now. And what a great start for our Geelong and Warrnambool boys.
Once again, we're going to come into this 50-metre turn with not a lot separating the entire top 4. It will be Jack Hawkins of Echuca Swimming Club narrowly ahead. But that lead is certainly getting smaller down this third 25. Here comes Troy Oswald from Warragul. What a lap from him, pushing his way up into the lead.
What a fantastic finish here from Warragul. It looks like he is going to take out heat 3 there. Troy with a 1:14.70, closely followed by Noah with a 1:16.48.
Underway now with heat 4 of our 5 in the 14-15 years 100-metre breaststroke. Lane 5, Harrison Main, quickest of the starts down that first 25.
What a great underwater there from Harrison. Looks like he will lead us into this second 50 with a 32.78.
Yeah, those two leaders in the middle of the pool, Harry and Xavier, starting to pull ahead quite substantially. Oscar Woith over in lane 8. He was sitting in third at that halfway point, but it will still be Harry Main out in the lead as we come down with 15 metres left to swim.
And Harry here coming underneath the flags now, having put together a great 100 metres breaststroke with a 1:10.07. And Xavier holding on to his second place with a 1:13.77. And heat 5 of 5, so our final heat away and swimming. So these are our fastest qualifiers in the pool with us now. What a great start there from Sebastian from Bendigo East Swimming Club.
Yeah, really good off the start in the underwater. Didn't quite time that turn to perfection, and Dax over in lane 4, the swimmer from Geelong, really used that to get himself a little bit of a lead off the wall. You want to have as much momentum going in as possible, finishing on that full stroke so we can get the most out of each of those turns.
Yeah, Geelong boy just strengthening that lead here into this last 25. It's going to be hard to catch him. These boys are going to have to work really hard to close that gap.
Yeah, Dax Kennedy looking brilliant down this final 25. The battle for second, though, between 3 athletes. You've got Cormac Flynn, Sebastian Mansfield, and Jacob Riches. Really close there. And I believe, off times, Harrison Main has actually stolen that silver medal out of heat 4. His time, 1:10.07. Will finish second behind Dax Kennedy, and Cormac Flynn will come away with the bronze there. Alrighty, just talking now with Tegan about the fact that we have reached event 91. This is our final women's event on the program at these Country Short Course Championships. Our 16, 17-year girls 200 metre freestyle. We have 3 timed finals in this event. And getting away quickly down in lane 1 here was Hannah Sanders of the Wangaratta Stingrays. We've already seen a lead change in the second 25 with Macy Kane taking away that first 50 in a 32.00.
Now, we've spoken about how challenging this event is, let alone to do it at the end of an absolutely stacked program. So we'll see what these girls can pull together here. There are 3 timed finals for this event. It looks like our middle lanes here are still going strong. It will be Macy that sticks with that first position with a 1:07.94.
Yeah, on that 100 metre mark, we almost saw that perfect inverted V shape. With the way we seed our heats, our fastest lane is that lane 4 on entry, and then we go 5, 3, 6, 2, 7, 1, and then our 8th fastest person in the heat is in lane 8.
It looks like we're going to have a change in leaders here, and it will be Ella that touches in first.
Yeah, Ella Matters there from Ballarat just absolutely went for that third 50, and I really enjoy watching athletes who step it up there with 100 metres left to swim. They don't wait for these final 2 laps. She's extended that lead quite substantially. Got the feet on the wall around a 2:01 with 25 metres left to swim. So that entry time from her of a 2:22 looking like it might be able to be thrown out here because she is going to well and truly go under that 2:20 barrier.
She will touch there in a 2:19.11, and Macy touching in second with a 2:22.47. Heat 2 of 3 underway of event 91. The girls 16 and 17, 200 metre freestyle. It really is anyone's race in this first 50 here. Is quite the battle here between lane 2 and lane 3. It will be Lara out in lane 7 that touches with a 31.26. Now Asama in lane 3, looking like she's putting together a great second 50 here. We will have a change in leader coming into the wall now. And it will be Sarah with a 1:06.40.
Yeah, Sarah just in front, but that little pack on the 107s on the wall there. There's about 3 girls across from lane 5, 6 and 7 who are still really in with a shot here if they can start to push up alongside Sarah in this 50.
And Sarah still leading us there.
Yeah, it looked like she almost extended that lead quite nicely in the third 50. She's looking quite comfortable here. Being consistent on the legs, not overdoing it, holding those underwaters.
Ruby from lane 2, though, put together a great next 25 there. Really started to make her move. But it will be Sarah that touches in first with a 2:16.20 alongside Lara with a 2:18.80. And we kick off our third and final heat. So our fastest seeded girls are in the pool with us now.
We've seen some brilliant racing from a few of the names across this final heat here, including that of Ava Candy, our fastest qualifier in the centre lane. But it will be Ballarat gold swimmer Claire Matheson who leads us around at the 50 metre turn. She's out quick in a 28.98.
Ava putting together a great second 50 here, not letting Claire get away with it too much, too early. And they nearly turn there, synchronised for this 25.
Yeah, certainly a little bit of district competition here with Ballarat in 4 and Ballarat Gold in 5. Those two girls quite separate to the rest of the field now as they turn at the 100-metre mark, both turning in that 101 point mark. Rani Matheson and Katie Macklin sitting in that 3rd and 4th place spot, so they'll be looking to steal themselves a cheeky medal to finish this competition.
And Ava has just come back here. She will be our leader as she turns in a 1:33.71. And Claire 2 seconds behind her in a 1:35.
I don't think we can give a better example of how important and imperative that 3rd 50 is to really start pushing your way through. That is exactly what Ava Candy has done. She has ran away with this 200 freestyle after the halfway mark. She comes down now under the flags to take it out in a 2:06.27. It will be Claire Matheson onto the wall in 2nd place, 2:10.56. And Rani there finishing off with a 3rd spot in a 2:14.59. And not only has she swam a bit of a personal best here by Ava in the last event of the day, but she has scored herself another country event record. So congratulations. And now it is time for the final event on our country short course program, event 92. It's the boys 16, 17 years, 200-metre freestyle. We have 3 timed finals in this event to finish off our championship meet.
And it really is a head-to-head battle between most of these boys in this heat. There is nothing in it. But it looks like it will be Jara who takes out that first position in that first 50.
Yeah, not a lot separating these boys at all, and that difference between who looks like they're in front before the wall, who hits the wall first and who pops up first are 3 different competitors half the time. As we turn at that halfway point, William Upston 101.59 will be the leader with feet to the wall first, ahead of Blake Scott from Ballarat.
Our Geelong boy here really making his move. And we've seen a lot of our Geelong swimmers really come back in the second half of their races.
Still not a lot between this field. William maintained that lead through the 3rd 50. Let's see if he can hang on, because some of these boys really bringing in some strong kicks here. Blake Scott as well as Jarrett Agal, and Reese Hornsby still in the mix.
Just as we come down under the flags, here's a battle between lane 3 and lane 5. Looks like Jarrah will get there in a 2:07.79 and Blake in a 2:08.01.
And it's the penultimate race of the championships. After this event, there's only 1 swim left. These boys, 16, 17 years, 200-metre freestyle. Quite the race on our hands out of Heat 1. And this is shaping up to look not very different to what we just saw.
like it will be lane 4 there. Thomas with a 27.57. What a fantastic start to this 200.
Each lap just finishing onto that wall slightly in front of Zayden Burton of Traralgon. I'm just watching the speed of their feet coming onto those turns. Zayden a little bit more aggressive, keeping those feet low into the wall and utilising that to make up a little bit of ground each time.
We're starting to see our lane 2 swimmer edging up, closing that gap.
Yeah, as we come into this 150-metre turn, there's not going to be much separating Zayden and Thomas at all. Just 0.23. It will be a fight all the way to the finish. Zayden looked like he just got in front and he's come off that wall well. They're breathing towards one another. It's Costello versus Burton down the final straight. And it will be Zayden, 2:02.87, ahead of Thomas, 2:03.28, and Nicholas, 2:04.53.
Heat 3 of 3 in the water and racing. This is our third and final heat. And it is pretty even across this first 100 metres. And Zach will touch there in first with a 27.48. But Kevin and Tom are not letting him get away with that first. Too easy.
It is our last event on the program, so these boys are going to be giving it absolutely everything they've got left in the tank here to try and score those last minute and final medals of the competition. This has been an incredible 50 from Tom Urquhart in lane 3. He looks like he might have just taken over the lead ahead of Kevin Huang, and it will be Zachary Shearer sitting in third.
These middle lanes are the ones to watch in this last heat.
Coming into the end of the premiership quarter, that third 50. Looks like it's still Tom just in front of Kevin. Not a lot separating first and second. Little gap to third with Zachary. The race is on. The crowd is getting behind them. It's getting noisy in the Gurruwanyara Centre as the boys turn for home. Final 25 metres left to swim.
And it looks like our Ballarat boy is bringing it home here. But at a last attempt at that first place spot, Zach hits the wall in first with a 1:58.37.
What a final 25 metres from Zachary Shearer. He looked out of it with one lap left to go and really lifted to bring it home and take that gold medal. From our final event of the championships, Zachary Shearer 1:58.37, Tom Urquhart 1:58.86, and Kevin Huang 1:59.02. Well, Tegan, that concludes our event this weekend, and Boy, was it an impressive one. Our country swimmers put on such a stellar performance. I don't think I saw one session where at least 3 records didn't get blown out of the water. It was absolutely amazing. Thank you to all our viewers and listeners at home. We hope you enjoyed our coverage of the 2025 Victorian UNCLOUD Country Short Course Championships. We look forward to seeing you again in 2 weeks at our State Open Championships. Thank you so much.